Hello. Welcome. It is time for more Final Fantasy XIV, which is Final Fantasy VII multiplied by 2, except not. The number is like that. That's how math works. But for the most part, Final Fantasy XIV is not that similar to Final Fantasy VII. Probably. Hello, and welcome to Turncliffe, because we were instructed to go here, and I skipped the tiniest amount of dialogue that was, hey, you want to go back to Turncliffe? And so we did. Last time, we began the Sorrow of Werlyt storyline, and we defeated the Ruby weapon and the Sapphire weapon, which involved Sucro piloting a giant robot. Which is not something I expected. I don't know if this giant robot will ever be relevant again, but we can look at it whenever we want to. Cool robot. Hello and welcome. I'm assuming that this, well, I'm not really assuming anything, but I'm guessing that this robot might be relevant again during this storyline, at some point at least. Also, a lot of tragedies happening in this storyline with Gaius's adopted children. And also, we also saw the Rising 2023 event last time. But yeah, what's new over here? It seems that Cid is not in the habit of saying the same thing twice, which must be why he's been waiting for you to arrive before revealing the results of his investigation. Though the Imperials may be gone, the scars they've left on this once peaceful town will doubtless take many years to heal. Now that you are here, perhaps Cid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of Sucro's arrival. Nod. I had to think, do I want to say Severa or Severa? Probably both are fine. Thanks for coming. Nod. So what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. So, the guard standing behind Cid, who has like a trident, the guard is entirely obscured, but the trident on his back is not, making it seem like Cid has a very small fork. Like, well, pretty big for a fork, but it seems like Cid has like a weird fork on his back right now. We know now the code names given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we're all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? Or what are we waiting for? Let's go after it. Was also an option. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Well, that leaves sea. And I know the Emerald weapon from Final Fantasy VII. Something underwater materia, like I kept saying. The incredible Ironworks utensils are so powerful that they in fact disappear at certain camera angles, by the way, it seems. Which of course leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like the Sapphire. Meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. I narrow. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobos, Severa. It seems the emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations: Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea and Castrum Ocidens in eastern Lanoscia. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Valdalin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Ocidens, while Sucro and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While elegant machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its... Sucro was very sad about that. I caught that out of the corner of my eye. She, did a really sad sigh. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is a far from adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Sucro and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. Thank you for petting Calico, and enjoy Dungeons & Dragons, and thank you for the good luck. Hello and welcome. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. Wave. Nod. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Sucro. Determined. Ah, man, I should have played the Super Mario RPG song called Here's Some Weapons before stream on one of these. It is time we departed. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. I was playing Final Fantasy VII battle and boss music for these streams instead. But I could have been playing Mario RPG, which Sucro is named after. You know the one. You might know it. This one. Here's some weapons. One of the funnier names for a song in a video game that I can think of. Well, there's also the entire Fire Emblem Awakening soundtrack, which is named after quotes from characters. That's pretty good. Mario RPG also has Fight Against Smithy and Fight Against Smithy, who likes transforming. But anyway. I don't usually add extra music in intermissions, but I could. In the event that my attempt to bypass the Castrum security fails, the submersible of Sid's had best be able to withstand Imperial weaponry long enough for us to escape. Also, you ride a submarine to find Emerald Weapon in 7. So we have to use it. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, it uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact, though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. Sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy, but that's all we know, I'm afraid. You know, that's fair. Smithing is a transformative process, I suppose. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to this castrum. It would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the War Machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Nod. Oh. I thought there'd be more of a lead-up. So, our usual party member support is currently doing other stuff, which is fine. It just means that Sucro has to jump into the ocean alone today. Me knockbacks. No problem. Maybe. Let's see what happens in terms of queue time when one waits in line by oneself versus when one has a friend along. Will there be any notable difference? Who can say? I do have tank privilege. Here's some knockbacks, yeah. And also, yeah, Forewarned is... I think it was... Didn't they say like 6 arms? Forewarned is 6 armed. Doesn't really work as well, though. I think they said 6 arms in the chat. Or not in the chat, in the text boxes, I mean. You know, that's basically the chat. It's the same thing. Kinda. Fair enough. How's the Waking Sands doing today? Remember the Waking Sands? Remember this place? My chair now. Just need like a portrait of Sucro on the wall behind Sucro. Hold on. I got this. Perfect. It's just like internet meme. This is very silly. Anyway. Oop. Now we just need Sucro pointing at Sucro, and we've got both Spider-Man memes that exist in the entire universe. There's never been any other Spider-Man memes. Somehow there's only those two. Spider-Man sitting at a desk with a Spider-Man picture behind him, and Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man. Hey, remember Cape Westwind? I guess I've never seen the solo instance version of Cape Westwind. I don't really know what to do while waiting in line. How's everyone doing over here? Hanging out in the cave? Seems pretty cool. So much like Ruby Weapon and Sapphire Weapon, I don't know basically anything about this. I've seen like 1 or 2 seconds of these cutscenes because I looked up the remix of Ultima and was foolish to glance at the weapon. This is it, or the video. This is it, the Emerald Weapon. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, Father, this is the power that we command. I looked up this song. Mark V, Anti-Icon War Machina, the Emerald Weapon. Someone in the chat said, oh, big fat tacos again. It does seem to be a meme. I think there might be a little bit of latency today. Okay, mines. Yeah, they had electrical charges. I don't really know what that means exactly. Guessing in advance that you might alternate sides, so it's worth switching. Okay, that's something. Okay. Oh, I want to be over here, actually. Oh, the arena is smaller. I fumbled my rotation a little bit at some point. It's not a big problem though, probably. I don't know what the electrical charges mean in the context of the mines at this time. They don't appear to have any obvious mechanical impacts. Oh, I see. I know that formation. It was used in Werlyt all those years ago. I don't know what any of this means. Okay, so you're not supposed to run into them. Oh, I didn't notice that. I was distracted by the orbs. Hey. Why was the tank buster on the... Oh, I was told to provoke. I didn't realize that the other tank didn't have aggro. So it's come to this, but no matter what, I can't afford to lose. Oh yeah, well I have carrot pudding that I forgot to remove from my inventory at any point. Not even you can beat the Empire's finest, activating Oversoul. Baelsar combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Oh, Ali Alphonse, this is goodbye. Of course, Baelsar. Rex, what have you done? Hello. Of course one of the combat datas is Baelsar. What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Hello. Oh, what the? This is Werlyt at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic aura site be causing this? This is a little bit a remix of other Empire themes. I don't know what this means. That was my guess. It was something like that. It's difficult to read the chat during this, by the way. Oh. Wait, is there a marker here? There was. I couldn't tell. It was very not obvious, actually, that was part of the AoE. Prepare to advance. The synthetic aura site system has manifested an image of the Black Wolf. And many soldiers, it would seem. Form ranks. Fire. Got hit by that one. That attack is literally called shots fired, by the way. Oh, we won. I wasn't watching the bar. Some oddities during that fight. With the other tank not having aggro. And thus the summoner got blown up. Everyone left during that cutscene. Also, a red mage got blown up at the end for standing next to me with the cleave tank buster, I guess. No commendations. I don't know why I feel the need to point out how many commendations I get every time. I felt like I did okay, even though I did not get any. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? You are right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Cid to inspect the War Machina's remains. Is that an attack that it had in 7? We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Oh. I forgot about that part of Emerald Weapon. That seems really funny. I forgot about that mechanic entirely. That's funny. The only thing I remembered materia-wise was the underwater materia. Nevertheless, Sucro has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. We're only like barely a half hour through this, or like barely over a half hour through the stream. You may be relieved to hear that Castra Mokidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we'd never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he's finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Yeah, that's why I included possibly more in the title. Because if this is over before like 2 hours, I'll start 5.5. If it's over like before 3 hours, I might start it, depending on how I'm feeling. No guarantees. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. Nod. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. Nod. Well, it's got 6 hands. I know that much. Oh. So, when I was saying that they had, like, color-coded hair, and that blue hair guy was gonna pilot Sapphire, and green hair guy was gonna pilot Emeralds, they were going to, but they switched places at the last second, so I think it still counts. And the last two have white hair, and the one that's left is, I believe, Diamond, though we don't know that in the game yet. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Raycon, too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic aura sight system is. The fusion between pilot and core is key to the Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would, but what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, The Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Okay, but how are you going to become strong if you become dead and absorbed by a robot? I don't get it. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. Not exactly. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ellie, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all. Except you, Ellie. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ellie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom. Great. Great and sarcastic for what Valence is going to be doing. Actually appreciate the content warning. Content warning for upcoming Valence scenes, quote, off-screen torture. Actually, that whole thing was a quote, not just the last one, but... No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it! We will be forever at your side, Ellie. Rex, take her to the holding cells. Hey! No, let me go! So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes, they'll take Allie into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic aura sight system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. You find any funny pranks? Oh, you found her. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Nod. Yeah. Yeah, she's not doing well. That's... Well, that's the sorrow of Werlyt, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Some of it is right there. Severa is taking care of Ali, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Ali's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. Perhaps a patch or so. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruisings. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. Thank you for clarifying what the laugh was at, because while it was obvious, the timing at which you said that corresponded to, by the way, her injuries, which was slightly concerning for a moment. Such is the nature of Twitch delay, sometimes. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Yeah, I know you wouldn't. It's just a weird oddity of Twitch timing that I probably didn't need to bring up. But I did for some reason. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His knowledge of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The amount of times people join the Imperial Army for similar reasons to this is increasing, like, constantly. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. It's probably accurate to reality and, like, other such things. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenosia Galvus in El Amigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reasons for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. Wow. She is I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew not of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I'd always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak. Hey, that's exactly what one of your adopted children said in the flashback a second ago. Yet, there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station, and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood such as myself are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Aura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Allie thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdalin's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there's been any change. Nod. Nod. Though you've overcome the emerald weapon, it's hardly cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, it was not meant to be. I suppose you're here to ask about Allie. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Allie, I am sorry. What happened to Rex, it was my fault. Melisandre and Rickon, too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Allie, you must tell me all you know. I feel like this is going to cause her distress. ... Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened, it seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next until eventually a man named Valens von Varro was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens von Varro. I must admit it was only recently that I first heard that name. Valens used his power of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. Never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. So the marks on your body are his handiwork. Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would never have been forced to endure this abuse. Shake head. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we'd wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. Yeah, Nero probably wouldn't... probably paid basically no attention to Valens at all. In saving ourselves, we'd be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. Gasp. That way we might start afresh and find a place we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. Nod. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You're everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. Failed you all. Nod. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens if it's the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you. Now more than ever. Listen, Ali, I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit. But the Ultima weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Rickon, and Melisandre, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. Nod. I now know why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Nod. The sorrow of Werlyt, it's still sad. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Garabanya? Nod. Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? Seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. The story is pretty good overall, yeah. Except for Valen's, that guy just sucks. I mean, he's supposed to be someone I don't like. I'm not supposed to like him, but I really dislike him. He's not, like, fun to hate. He's just awful, you know? To be fair, it'll probably be good when he gets blown up, at least. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part, not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. Okay. Good grief. Sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. That's true too. But like, I don't know. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Meanwhile, Valens is doing the worst thing imaginable somewhere. In the 7th Legion's correction chamber, yup. This is the scene with the content warning, I presume. Content warning. Torture. Three weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Screaming. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister no less, has escaped. Hey, that's not off-screen torture, that's mostly on-screen torture. Like, they cut away from it. There's discretion in the camera work, I guess you could say. But still. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius, after everything I've done for her? Something about his line correcting to done to for her is just like, this guy is too gross, I think. You know, you're right. And this is how she repays me. I don't know if I can do that super well these days. Let me see. Check out the enclosed instruction book. There we go, I got it. As an older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. You get the Hotel Mario voice for being the worst. Also making a child do the torture, what the hell? Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. I don't think the Hotel Mario voice works for this guy either, because he's not even, like, funny bad, he's just terrible. That's a disservice to Mario. Yeah, that is... Oh, okay, we get to look at his face, I guess. Is that anything? Mario deserves better than this, actually, so no Hotel Mario voice. The music timing is good in this scene. You see, something wicked is taking hold of this young man and starting out to cleanse his troubled spirit. What about that voice? What about just mumbling annoyedly? I don't know. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? But I can't not voice act, either. Stab him in the face with the fire! Please. There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Wow, burn out the bad, while clapping. Now they're all chanting it. I'm going to, like, not read this dialogue as much. And he's chanting it with them. Yeah. He's quite something. Yeesh. This guy gets to join the club of the guards next to the throne, I think. Wow. Well done, you've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. I should have this face. As for you, I thought you were cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken, and since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius van Baelsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Jeez. That's quite a face that you're making, sir. The animation team is good with faces at this point. That much is true. Good with conveying character. Like, from a writing and presentation standpoint, this scene is well done to convey that Valens is a complete monster. I don't like looking at it, and I'm not supposed to like looking at this scene either. But yeah, that's some way of putting it, I guess. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Aurosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Lord Valens, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. This guy might be one of the most hateable guys in the game. Just left him on the ground there, huh? I mean, yeah, that's in character for Valens, I guess. Yeesh. Water sound? I guess that's one way to look at it. This is my chance, and it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I'll be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall out, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Alice safe. Huh. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex. I'll see this through to the end, I promise. Showing them in his eye was... Until then, watch over me. I guess I can see the point of view that, like, from a storytelling perspective, it can be good for it to show the atrocities a little bit more, to, like, really make you know what you're fighting against and so on. So I guess my opinion is a mix of, like, it makes sense for them to present a very hateable villain, but I'm not entirely sure. I just, like, this guy's just, like, the worst. I don't like dealing with him. I guess it might be too much. But you could easily argue that it being too much on purpose is to make you know what you're fighting against and so on. It's sort of like it's an argument that can't really go anywhere and just loops around. Yeah. So is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic R-Sight system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. What's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all, whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. Hey, we actually weren't done with the atrocities yet. Not really. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. Ah! My mind is... no, if this is what it takes to protect you both, I love you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not over yet. We're still seeing horrible things, actually. Where is my prey? I mean, yeah, it's not as bad as that, but it's still bad. Organic core overwrite complete. Xeno CA Galvus data loaded. They just call them cores. They're not even people. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic aurosite system. And he's just dead, probably. Yep. And also not human. Or not, like, normal human state anymore. Oh, we're vaulting. And what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. Ah! Evil laughter and wiggling. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens Van Varo bargaining with savages. Ah, or fool him for trusting me in the first place. You know, I agree with her. Does it seem like fake laughter? It just seems like Valens is something. I don't know. I think he just does this sort of thing. I don't know. Anyway, I think he's just like that. The Emerald Weapon. War Machina, developed by the 7th Imperial Legion, is the successor to the Ultima weapon. The third reported instance of a synthetic aurosite system being employed in battle. Combat data from Gaius van Baelsar, former legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion, was used as a basis for its attack parameters. Our analysis concludes that any data collected after Van Baelsar commenced his invasion of Eorzea was lost following his defeat in the Praetorium. Therefore, the data used in the Emerald Weapon must have been gathered in the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity. His gunblade techniques and tactics involving multiple soldiers bearing ranged weapons were incorporated into the War Machina's armaments. In particular, the floating manipulators could be positioned at various locations around the battlefield. The Emerald Weapon is believed to have been transported from the Imperial base in Turncliffe to Castra Marinum, where it underwent final adjustments. It was then finally destroyed in an operation spearheaded by Sucro Funk. Rex. Pilot of the Emerald Weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Baelsar. This former civilian of Werlyt was orphaned at a young age when an epidemic killed his parents. He was later fostered by Gaius and was raised alongside several others in an imperial orphanage. He was known for being extroverted and outgoing, and his lack of restraint often made him the center of attention. However, this was accompanied by an explosive temper, and he would often confront those he believed were threatening his foster siblings, with little regard for rank or social status. He later joined the Weapon Project in order to support his foster brother Alphonse. His final mission was to pilot the Emerald Weapon, which ended with him becoming fused with its core and perishing shortly after. Estimated age at time of death, 18 years old. In memory. But first, I will be right back. Hello. Hello. Would you like to know something? Would you like to think about something that is highly cursed? First of all, I want you to take a look at Valen's for a second. This is Valen's. I want you to think about sort of like his haircut, like his hair color, also like the clapping and singing he was doing. And now I also want you to look at this man from the Starburst Berries and Cream commercials of old. Valen's is just this guy, but twisted and evil. The clapping and singing, the hair, the face even, almost. They have a similarity that's not... I can't unsee it. Think about this. Consider this. Just think about it. Even the eye color is the same. There's a commercial for Starburst Berries and Cream that was airing probably a while ago, and I think it had some sort of resurgence on TikTok based on my brief Google image searching, where two people were just like having Starburst or something, and they mentioned the flavor, and this guy shows up out of nowhere, and I don't know how to explain this, really, but he just starts singing, berries and cream, I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream, and like doing jazz hands and stuff. You know, commercials in the 90s and 2000s, I think. Basically exactly what Valen's was doing when he was clapping and singing Burn Out the Bad. It even has the same number of syllables as berries and cream. My new theory is that this is intentional. And also completely ridiculous. Anyway. Now that you're thinking about this. Now that you're thinking about that. Which I can bring up later at any time because I have these two images here. Let's continue. Ah, Sucro. I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Sucro. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Not you. I'm just thinking about those commercials now. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Alright, how's everyone doing here? The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Werlyt, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. It stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its own. War machina that feed on the very lives of their pilots. I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Well, everything about Valens is pretty heinous. Regardless of how much he loves berries and cream. You're the one that piloted that war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you? Nod, I did do that. I thought so. I've heard so much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Evelina, and I grew up here. When I saw 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the resistance troops and ironwork engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Leave it to me. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. This is for a good cause. I'll let you do the talking if that's alright. Something I can help you with. Bow. I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Nod. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. Nod. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandria. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. How did you know her? It all began when we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. She did indeed have red hair. They were color-coded until the green one and the blue one switched places. The youngest one, Rickon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius von Baelsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livius Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. That's true. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession. She became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Yeah. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that Arugadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I'd hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. And yeah, that's Ratatin. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Ladiclavius of the 14th Nero Tolskeva, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapons project. Even now it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts right for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Your skills and knowledge can finally be put to good use, or let's bring an end to the weapon project together. Both of these are true. Let's bring an end to the weapon project together. Also, I guess we're not gonna answer your question. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that war machina you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Nod. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Yay. New friends. But I guess we're not going to explain to her, what happened to... Maybe she knows. I don't actually know. That whole time I was looking at her hair and thinking, it's a good thing that she is not also one of the ones who's a pilot, because then we'd also have an amethyst weapon, I guess. The color-coded hair is, like, is a slight element of silliness in all of this. So how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. Seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. That must have been, like, a short segment that was in a patch. Because that was shorter partially because of the effects of COVID and whatnot. Duty in the sky with Diamond. And Love You Shall Find, Orchestrion roll. Whatever that is. I don't know what that song is. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlyt. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Oh, you. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Sucro. Well, I can call her Mizette instead of Minago. It's been too long, Minago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ralgro's Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. This is probably slightly different if you've done collection, or not collection. Well, yes, collectibles. Because you can help Minago with that whole system, I think. As much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlyt also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlyt Revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Balsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning into a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We got our hands full dealing with the Telephori, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Nod. Thanks, Sucro. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. Determined, and smile. Nod. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Nod. I didn't expect Minago to appear. She's cool, I think. Right, over here. I might be acquainted with the escort, but I'm not acquainted with directions. Yeah. It's fine, though. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balsar of all people lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Werlyt once, so I'm certain he'll be just as successful a second time. It's been a long time coming, but finally Werlyt will throw off the shackles of the Imperial rule. There's probably a bunch of NPCs in the background I could have tried speaking to more throughout this questline. Gaius Balsar, I presume. Nod. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? Nod. With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Nod. Various cheering and determined. emotes. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Werlyt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they'll not come to regret it. Nod. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I'd like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. Nod. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Werlyt. The irony is not lost on me. It's a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory, I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valens who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his foul crimes. We are running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. ... There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. I think you're probably right, yeah. Like, Gaius thinks that Garlemald stood for those ideals. Possibly because he led it. Or, like, a significant amount of it. He wasn't, like, the Emperor. But he was a leader in Garlemald of a sort. And, like... I don't think the government of Garlemald ever fully, like, stood as one for the ideals Gaius thinks that Garlemald has stood for. They may have preached those ideals, but that's different. Gaius strongly believed in them, but... Why did Ellie have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. Interesting. Well, we'll be seeing a lot more Garlemald and Endwalker. I know that part about it. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I'm being distracted by personal matters. That this letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thoughts of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of Werlyt, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please, do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ellie. She's heading for the 7th Legion's stronghold in Werlyt. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of the weapon, of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Sucro is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. I don't know, I have an invincibility cooldown. It's fine. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa. And so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Phone call. For everybody. Can you hear me? I'm in Werlyt, just outside Castrum Calinum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and the flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Static. Confound it, we've lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlyt from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the three of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of making out alive. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. I'll go with that one, why not? I'm really good at surviving. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlyt may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Is there another solo duty? Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Nod. Interesting. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. Berries and cream. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, the primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the Diamond Weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Baelsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you've done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the Diamond Weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic auracite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlyt be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlyt citizenship if I so desire. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you've taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. Evil laugh. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlyt you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes, Alwick, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent! Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? One step closer to my coronation. That's probably exactly what he's thinking. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Initiating the synthetic auracite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Behold perfection itself! Melisandre, Recon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The auracite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father must still work together to... I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Yeah, that is the Ultima Weapon music. That's pretty good, that there's Ultima Weapon music. Uh-oh. Many lasers are happening. Lowborn filth, if you think your little performance had me fooled, you're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord, transmitting deactivation signal. Stop missing with the lasers, yeah. It's not responding. You probably should have anticipated this, like, also. Ah, that insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. Nod. Phone call. And then she's so powerful that the robot activates again anyway somehow. I can't let it in like this. Melissandia Recon Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Combat sample ready. Initiating Overmind. Subject name. Your tier activated Overmind? Overmind? What is that? Screaming. Yeah, it was Oversoul before. This can't be! It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind, but how? I don't care how! Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum! And that's true also. Hey, it looks like Valen's got vaporized. I presume. Anyway, we're here now. I'm assuming that Valen's got vaporized, of course. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured into Werlyt by himself, with little more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. I was unable to save Melissandia, Recon, and Rex, but there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Yeah, we can only hope. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdalan, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days at the Black Wolf, your penchant for gigantic war machina. Nod. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. Did you give it flight? It's good to see you again, Sucro. Gasp? From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. Hey, that was one of the lines I could have said to you. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for just such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there will be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. And yeah, we do have 2 white-haired children whose names start with A. Though one or both of them may or may not be older than Alphino and Alize. It's not entirely clear. We don't know the ages of these 2 yet. Also, we don't know how much time has passed, etc. Probably about the same. It is kind of funny now that you mention it, though. I don't believe the time bubble is real. I refuse. Anyway, robot upgraded, I guess. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. Also, he made a giant machine to carry it better. Is this another new version of Ultima? Or another different version? You're off to save Melisandre's foster siblings, Alphonse and Ali, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Valdalin's safe return from Werlyt. Hopefully he's taken advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. Well, right, that is also a variant of Ultima. In fact, that is the version of Ultima that is present on Scions and Sinners, I believe. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Scions and Sinners being a music album that they've done. Once again, Citizens Engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Sucro handles the various armaments. What? Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so we must succeed at all costs. Nod. The Cloud Deck. Now accessible. It seems the controls are the same as the previous iteration. Though it has been some time since I last piloted War Machina of Allegan origin, lack of practice is no excuse for failure. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Yeah, you can go ahead and queue. No problem. You think this is a good time to temporarily go away from the keyboard very briefly? Let's take a risk for fun. Hey, it worked out. I'm back, and it's fine. I don't remember what fore and aft means. Forward and... So, tank on the opposite side of the tank? You're putting a lot of faith in me to assume that I'll understand that in context, but we'll see. Hey. Hey. I decided to Google in order to check. And hey.
G Savior, Gigi Seba G Seba, is a 1999 Canadian live-action television film set in the Universal Century timeline. It was theatrically released on June 18, 1999 in Japan and later aired on TV Asahi on December 29, 2000.
TV Asahi? Dang it, Asahi. Get out of here. Get out of here, Fandaniel. Fandaniel now loves Gundam. This is canon. I know, but still. Well, I didn't actually know, but I know that it's like a name that other people can have, or like a word that can show up elsewhere. I know very little about Gundam. I also Googled Gundam Warrior and just got like the Dynasty Warriors spinoff. What if I specifically look up G Warrior? Okay, that's only in 14. Various topics across the internet upon seeing the G Warrior include: I've only had the G Warrior for a quest and a half. Thank you for petting Calico. I've only had the G Warrior for a quest and a half, but if anything happens to him, I'll kill everyone in Heidelin and then myself. A meme that happens. A game FAQ's topic. Can we just use the G Warrior from now on? Someone demanding a G Warrior mount. Many people commenting, it's a habit, it's sort of a comment saying, unfortunately, a habit of them to put a lot of work into something like G Warrior and only use it for 1 or 2 quests and then abandon it. Etc., etc. You can get a statue of it. That's cool. And a card, maybe. You know, I think I had noticed the statue in the furniture menu before. This is the same expansion that gave us the Epic of Alexander, so there were lots of giant robots everywhere. That's funny. I'm going to be able to fall off of this platform the moment fighting starts, but for now it's fine. Oh right, there is a cruise chaser mount. Two little circles on one edge. Oh yeah. These. Some kind of SD warrior. That's also a Gundam thing, right? There is a decent to high chance I will stream complete playthroughs of Armored Core 6 on this Twitch channel at some point, because it's really good. The only problem is that I have to do everything else first, and I only streaming on average, or only intending to stream on average 3 times a week makes it difficult to cover everything that I want to cover. Oh hey, I have meter. I have 100 paladin points. Not anymore, I don't. Take that, me. Hey. Hey, while we're waiting, you want to see something cool? Would you like to see something cool instead of thinking about Valens and the berries and cream commercials? I got preview images of the finished Sucro figurine at some point a while ago, and I never showed them anywhere. I thought about waiting until I actually had the Sucro figurine, but here's a preview image of the final one that was shipped. Not her sword and shield are not pictured here, but it's really good. Absolutely worth the money. I'm excited for her to arrive. Because I'm silly, I also bought like a photography light box and like a paperweight that looks like the moon as a prop. And that'll probably be the today's stream is Endwalker type of picture once I can manage to put that together. Sucro is very important. I also got a display case to put Sucro in, Sucro's figurine in when possible. Hello. Sucro is very good. Ah, okay. Definitely worth the, definitely worth it to buy that. The, if you're interested, the seller is Top Clay Arts on Etsy. Hey, they gave me a coupon for another purchase if I wanted to buy another one. Neat. If I ever order another figurine from this person, I get 10% off. Wow. So you say that, but at this point, having an actual figurine will make me like very reluctant to change Sucro's outfit from the Endwalker one that I've devised that is in that one. It's a really good outfit too, to be fair. The primary reason I would have for switching outfits is if one of the new classes they add in Dawn Trail is something I really, really like. Whatever it may be. You know, when they add the mech pilot job. One of these days I'll stop saying class instead of job in regard to the jobs in this game, maybe. Maybe. I'm absolutely... Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just the terminology of the game is all. I will absolutely be able to fall off of this platform when the fight starts, right? Like, I said that already, but... It's funny to me that we're on the platform and I cannot fall off of the platform, but I will be able to fall off of the platform. Probably. One could presume as such. Fair skies, says Weather. All right. Time to make the queue happening. Time to make the queue occur because I'm trying to do anything else for 1 second. Pub signboard. I really need to sort through my inventory again. Venture coffer. That's right, it's time for jet black dye and making $1 million. It's dark blue. It's the dye that kind of sort of pretends to be jet black dye but isn't. Because actually it's not at all. That's just ink blue, which you can buy for like 2 cents. All right. We're waiting in line, and you know what that means, everyone. It's time for Sucro to look at somebody's house. Somewhere. First, let's drive an arbitrary distance from my own apartment. And try to find something I haven't looked at before. I don't remember if I looked at this one. Definitely haven't been over here recently, though. Sucro is here to look at your house. Shady Grove Spa. Owner, you don't pay my sub. Okay. It's true that I don't pay for your subscription. And I guess that's why your house is closed. I mean, we're waiting in line right now. It'll probably happen before Dungeons and Dragons is over for you. If I had to guess. Dark Haven. Owned by Gwyneth Draven. Dark Haven featuring the Apocalypse Otters or something. And a funny frog. Very dramatic name for such an adorable lawn. And the inside of your house is also a lawn. With a bunch of people staring at the basement entrance. I don't know what all this is about. Weird house. Yeah, that's kind of the impression that one gets. I feel a little bit bad judging random people's houses, but I don't like truly mean anything like against them, and also they'll never know that I've done any of this. I'm not going to go in that one. I have a bad vibe. How very gwib, huh? I have a bad vibe from this one as well. There's a lot of housing exteriors I don't think I've seen before. The Firefly. Cafe and bed and breakfast. If I go in here, there's a chance that I'll run into role-playing and die instantly. Due to not being prepared for role-playing. That's a dangerous location. Last voyage. The last voyage of the SS Washoe, designed by Kanadorian. This one claims to have a designer, huh? That sounds promising. I get the impression it's unfinished. Perhaps this is a... Well, we get to see what an empty, large house looks like. This is the amount of space you get. Unless, of course, this is an artistic statement. This is some sort of art piece. This is just accurate to reality, because if you were a person rich enough to afford a mansion, you would probably be the sort of person to commission a designer who would make a minimalist home with nothing in it. Yeah, it's unfinished. I'm just doing a bit. I'm just making a joke, that's all. Oh wait, I was just here. Clearly it's an artistic statement. This person's so hype about their tea house. Welcome to my tea house! 3 exclamation points. They're so excited about their tea house. I have to look at it. They love it. I mean, you know, it's a nice tea house. It's just a pleasant little interior space. Unless you've got evil in the cabinet over here, or the basement, as it were. You got a fish tank. You've got a kitchen. Bedroom. Display cases of a variety of dolls and whatnot. Yeah, Calcabrina is there. And bathroom. You know what? This is just a perfectly respectable and well put together living space that doubles as a storefront on the upper floor. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this, and it's pleasant. I don't know if this is the music I would have chosen for a tea shop. It sounds a little bit too... Well, okay, to be fair, they're a tea shop with 3 exclamation points. They're pretty excited. So I was going to say the music is a bit excited for a tea shop, but like, nah. Oh, they have a playlist. That's fair enough. They have 2 plushie staircases? There's one. There's like a display case with it. There's another sort of display case. Oh yeah, they do have 2. It's a different sort of staircase shelf, but it's still a staircase shelf. And even a carbuncle chair. And a funny individual is here. Yeah, I like this house. This is a tea house worthy of 3 exclamation points. And it's also... This also, I don't think this is a house that is like... It doesn't use any of the forbidden knowledge and tricks of house decoration. It's just making a house with the system as it was intended to function that looks nice. Which is, I think, what my apartment is, not to pat myself on the back too much. But this, of all the houses I've wandered into, this one most matches my aesthetic sensibilities. Yeah. That is the sort of thing that I would maybe... I could imagine myself having designed a similar house. Not exactly the same, but like, it's something that I would maybe, possibly, in some timeline have ended up doing. We have more furniture here than in real life, XD. But I can't look at it because your door is locked. But you do have a funny pool. With a turtle. I assume the turtle is part of the funny pool, but I don't truly know. I somehow keep ending up at this exact same house. It does have a kiddie pool, and I want to say there's a ball pit, but I might be making that up. Oh, that's an actual person. I'm leaving. I'm fleeing immediately. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. This is one of those fantasy worlds with a variety of different levels of technology depending on like region and like time to be haunted by answers. And there's also like, you know, different like magic existing makes it so that some technology is like more magical in nature and so on. Sanctuary. Like, magic can replace technology in a fantasy setting, is what I mean. So, modern would look different in a world with magic. Just in some ways. One might guess. So this is Sanctuary. It has the Endwalker main theme playing. Which is not, strictly speaking, a spoiler. Is this a special fish tank, or is this a Phasmascape applied to the back of a fish tank? I think it's a special fish tank. That's really neat. I like that. Shiny lights. Shiny rocks. All of the crafting stations that stopped mattering very quickly. Time to fight. But wait, what's in the basement? Is it evil? Is it villainy? No, it's actually pleasant. Books! Sucro loves those. This person is going to arrive home after a day of adventuring and just see Sucro jumping and spinning in their library and back away slowly. And then Sucro will disappear because it's time to fight Diamond Weapon. We don't know where the sky is. Mark 1, Anti-Icon War Machina the Diamond Weapon. Aw. That's a shame. Target in sight. Pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Missiles. Nope. Threat detected. Returning fire. Familiar male voice. Aha! A super fancy missile. You just kicked the missile. I guess whatever works. Shoutouts to the people in not starting the fight without me during this elaborate mech fight cutscene. Oh no. They can't start the fight without me? Oh yeah, not in this case. I won't let you harm my sister. Wait, why are you piloting it? Okay, I'm seeing what I'm guessing this is what you mean by fore and aft in this case. Wait, that's not Ali. No, it can't be. Time for my next trick. Opening containment field. Use the teleporter to move between decks. Oh, this is what you mean. Probably, right? No, it seems like both tanks are over here. I don't actually know. Oh, I was right the first time. Now I see why you want the tanks to be separated. Sapphire weapon data. Oh. Let's see what you make of this. Diamond weapons, show them what you're made of. You have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, has been realized. Oh. The true face of the diamond weapon. Okay. Ow. I misunderstood. It looked like everyone was standing inside of the circle. But they were not. They were standing right next to it because it's the knockback circle. I attempted to accept a raise. Okay. I don't have intervention. I didn't need to do that for any reason. I used the wrong button. Also, I didn't have the button that I tried to use. It's funny that they have the two platform gimmick and then it just goes away. Today we fight as one. Don't worry, Ali, I'll keep you safe. Hey, the gimmick is back. I spoke too soon. I'm not catching all of the text because I'm trying to, like, think, I guess. Wait. Everyone else went over there, but then everyone else went back. Okay. Is that good? I guess stand in this. I thought I did do that thing that you're saying. To me, what you just described is exactly what I did with the flare. Perhaps I am not understanding correctly. And also, it seemed to work out. Oh, you're saying to swap platforms? Maybe? I thought you said opposite side of the platform. I didn't see, it didn't seem like you needed to split to do that. I mean... I just made it point away from everybody. I'll try it this time. I tried it and the healer did an emote that says entreats dark forces to visit a terrible fate on me. So I think that makes it seem like I did something incorrect, or they missed on their bar. The containment field won't hold. And everyone left again. By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everybody again, since we did look at the good image, we need to look at these bad images a second time. Same guy. Just think about this. I needed to bring this up because I wasn't sure if you saw it because you were playing Dungeons and Dragons, so yeah. He did he has a similar hairstyle and hair color and eye color and sort of face structure, and like, he did the whole like clapping and singing thing. I almost believe it's intentional. The status effect for stepping in this is immobile suit. Really? You snuck a pun in there? I got one commendation. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. Nod. I need to keep in mind that tanks are less likely to be commended than healers are. Healers are what you really want to play if you want to get 1,000 commendations. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. Yeah, Sid was prepared, I guess. I pray we are not too late. Also, this like bespoke field for this specific scene. What do you mean, a position where it is easier to say? Oh, interesting. So not quite a bespoke field, but a similar... A bespoke field for a few scenarios. So yeah, they were both piloting it, right? Oh, I didn't see that in the Emerald Weapon. I didn't, yeah. Ellie! Nod. Please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Gasp? Nod. Gaius has detected something. Maybe. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. How did you not get vaporized? Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I mean, I saw that these two would exist in the same scene in one of the images for the quest. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Heh. Heh, 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 heh. Ah, 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 evil laughing, etc. Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it, by my ingenuity, he's been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens von Varro could conceive such a marvel. Evil laugh, evil laugh, evil laugh. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. He is that. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now you will die. What? Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. I have not met many who can outsmart bullets. Wait, what's bullet? Wait, what's bullet? Terminus est. Crocea mors. Or Crocea, I think. Ah! But this wasn't in my data? You can't just watch the video on YouTube to know the fight.
In extremely own nerd voice, my spreadsheets.
WikiHow parry lasers bullet. Yeah, he probably tried to look at WikiHow at the last second. Reactivating synthetic aurosite system. Oh, good timing, Alphonse. Well. Command grab. This can't be! How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. Ugh. Well, you deserve this, Valens. What? You? Stop this at once! Please let me go! Albert, no. I couldn't read all of that. Various other names, even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? Gaius immediately starts listing, like, 5 phone books worth of names. I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop, I beg you! You can't do this to me! I'm Valens von Faro! Better than Gaius, you can't end this way! Just, the sound effect design. Just a pop and something leaking. He deserved it, but Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled, this I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Rakan, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this, please. I understand. His hand is shaking. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. Man, they've got really good at, like, animation and writing and cutscene direction in this game. Just like maybe a little bit. Valen's being a bit too much aside. Like, yeesh. Yeah, this got me for sure a bit. What a good game. And like, I really appreciate getting to learn more about Gaius and, to some extent, Vidalin and Severa here. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. Yeah. Oh, we're hearing from Gaius. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens von Varro and the weapon project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they've at least gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there's hope for those who've survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. Somber reflection. Anyway, here's a song. I don't know what song that is. I don't know what song that is. What is it? And love you shall find. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. Hey, there's the G warrior. A dynamic tabletop statue based on Garland Ironworks' G Warrior. The Ether Saber emits sufficient light to be used as a bedside reading lamp, but be warned that touching it may result in severed appendages. The MG part of its name supposedly stands for Master Garland or something along those lines. The recent events in Werlyt have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none more so than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. Oh, that's fun. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused to clarify, MG being a Gunpla model is fun. Not the state of shock. I see. Normally standing for master grade. Got it. There's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Allie to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Evelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her? Nod. Oh, you made the monument. It unintentionally looks kind of like a rice ball. I'm sorry that that's the first thing I thought of when I saw the shape and color and, like, composition of the monument. A jelly donut, if you will. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Well, physically. No, emotionally, maybe. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. It looks less like a rice ball up close. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for the others. Or for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. I think I pronounced it Severa the entire last stream and Severa this entire stream. I could see either being correct. I hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. So how much time do you think 5.5 takes? Just wondering. Hey, you changed your... Wait, no, you didn't change your coat. It looked different for a second for some reason. I wish to see Allie. Would you send for her? She seems like she's not doing well. Allie. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The Kyrusians say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic aurosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Gasp. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core, so how was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali. They risked everything to win the freedom of Werlyt. I think the reason that they put themselves in the weapons is because they knew that, or at least Ali seemed to know, that the combat data of the weapons would be used to make Diamond Weapon, and the plan was to capture Diamond Weapon and use it to fight back. And also, they kept talking about how if they weren't the ones to do all of this, then they would be condemning others to their fate, like if they had left. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Nod. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. Nod. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. Dramatic screenshot, camera angle moment. Gotta fish for those thumbnail images, though I honestly probably don't really even need to make thumbnails, but I'm doing it anyway. You know, consistency. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. Gasp. I haven't been making thumbnails for everything. But yeah. I mean, I agree that it wasn't a great plan, and it was kind of a waste of life. I just think that's what the plan was, and their reasoning. I'm not attempting to judge their plan, I just think that is why they did it. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Valdalin and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. Valdalin... It could be Valdolin, actually. This name is difficult for my brain to understand for some reason. Like, my mind struggles to pronounce this one. That was their belief. With the strong protecting the weak and all that. Whether or not their beliefs and their plans are something you agree with is more of an individual thing, I suppose. It's probably Valdolin, and I didn't even realize it this time. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I realized that if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius's children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius's side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations. Evil made flesh. Valdelan? Maybe. I don't expect that it would be easy to approach and kill a legatus in their sleep. Like, no problem. And also, they wanted to do more than just kill Valen. They wanted to destroy the Empire as a whole. Maybe they needed to keep him alive to finish the weapon project? But he definitely would have been guarded. Like, absolutely. He might also be the kind of guy who doesn't sleep, or like sleeps with one eye open, either metaphorically or literally. They wanted the weapon to be completed so that they could take it for themselves, too. Yeah. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he's turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance, to set right the wrongs he'd committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I too have been given a chance to make a difference, in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlyt, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray go in peace, my friend. Also, forgot to talk to Severa again. I must admit, the thought of returning to Werlyt fills me with apprehension. As a half-Garlean and former Imperial soldier, it won't be easy to gain acceptance. But if they're willing to turn to Gaius Baelsar of all people for help, anything's possible. While I may no longer have a place to call home, I now have the opportunity to help the people of Werlyt rebuild theirs. And who knows, perhaps I will choose to settle down there one day. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valdolan, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. .5 should be less reading out loud because there's voice acting. So that'll make it easier to start it today if I want to. Well, here they are. Oh, it's those three. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Baelsar, and like Valens Vanvaro, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me, I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Nod. Nod. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice. And yet, they've entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. If he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Nod. Nod. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Kairusians look them over and find a place for them to stay. Yeah, they absolutely have no idea how to process any of this. Like, understandably so. How could you? Abrupt music cut out. Seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, and to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. I misread that as adversary again, which is why I fumbled that word. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. Smile. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I'm to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlyt is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Nod. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Wave. Wave goodbye. Smile very slightly. But wait! I have something to check. First of all, you're all still here. You have anything else to say? The citizens of Werlyt and the Alamegan resistance are still attending to those injured in the fall of the castrum. I like to think that my wife and daughter would approve of my decision. When I recall our time together, I remember the person I used to be. The person I still can be. Allie's still not doing well, of course. My children gave everything so that others might be free. I will not rest until the world they dreamed of becomes a reality. Can I examine the monument? Anyone else have things to say? No. Wait. Yeah, this person has so little new stuff to say that they are now behind the plot. Thinking that Valens is still alive. I guess you wouldn't necessarily learn that. Okay, we can't investigate this at all. There's something I wanted to check. It's still the G Warrior. I'm guessing that this does not look any different because they've not updated it to be the G Savior at this point. Unless we're just refusing to change the name for real. It looks the same. Oh, okay. Aha! But actually, never mind. Inspect the G Savior. Ask about the G Savior. Ah, yes, the G Savior. You would be forgiven for thinking it's simply the G Warrior with an enormous table-like object attached to its back, but there's so much more to it than that. Its increased size allows for a plethora of additional armaments and so forth, which I'm sure you will agree was worth the massive reduction in maneuverability. I don't know. Those are both different valid armored core playstyles, probably. It also gave us room to store more fuel, which enables it to travel over much greater distances. It's got like a buzzsaw and a drill. We were concerned at first that Gaius might find it rather difficult to handle, but his experience in piloting the Ultima weapon, with which the G Savior shares many similarities, meant he was able to master the controls in no time at all. Inspect the containment apparatus. This device was specifically designed for capturing the diamond weapon. I must say, it was an incredible display of foresight on our part, considering we'd already built the machine before we even knew we'd need it. Starting with a volley of missiles to subdue the target, the G Savior then moves close enough to capture it with the containment field. If it tries to resist, we can deploy a small detachment of troops to beat the target into submission. Of course, the whole thing will be racing through the sky at high altitude, so it might be a little difficult to maintain one's balance, or breathe, for that matter. We even added a pair of melee weapons should the opportunity arise for a bit of mid-air fisticuffs. Unfortunately, the diamond weapon refused to hover in front of the G Savior long enough for us to drill it in the face. Inspect the propulsion system. As you can imagine, to get such an enormous machine airborne requires considerable feats of engineering. We initially experimented with designs similar to those of the Enterprise and Excelsior, but we were unable to generate enough lift. Fortunately, Avelina's knowledge of the propulsion engines used in Garlean airships proved to be the deciding factor. Without her, we would never have gotten the G Savior off the ground. And then, but also, the G Savior Mark II. It's red now. Ask about it. Due to its elegant origin, we've struggled to locate replacement parts for the G-Warrior. We ended up turning to an expert in such relics who managed to not only create perfect replicas of the required components, but even produced enough to build a second G-Warrior. It then underwent the same conversion process as the original model, resulting in the G-Savior Mark II. But rather than use the familiar color scheme of Garland Ironworks, the creator opted for something more closely aligned with his personal tastes. Nero. Nero made this. It's Nero! He was involved the entire time! Surprise! That's hilarious. Secret Nero. The End Savior? Maybe. He's still part of Garland Ironworks, though. Inspect the containment apparatus. The primary function of the... He just named it... He didn't name it the... He named it Mark II because he's like, I'm better than Garland. Mine's red. That's actually really funny. The primary function of the G Savior Mark II is to increase the strength of the containment field by combining its generator with that of the original unit. Okay. As the design is based on the original unit, it offers the same amount of propulsion. The only trouble with using both G-Saviors at once is that we end up burning through twice the amount of fuel. If you're wondering why we don't deploy them more often, you need only look at the running costs. So they're operating on old Armored Core rules, where if they use more ammunition and fuel money, then, like, they'll get a game over. Got it. In Armored Core 6, that's not a concern. I wonder if you could actually lose Armored Core 6 by running out of money, or if that's just completely removed. I legitimately don't know. I'm glad we went back here and checked that. We learned that Nero was involved the whole time. Well, at the end. That's very funny. Yeah, I'm glad it was cool. Welcome back, Sucro. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? Well, it was very sad. There were a lot of sad things that happened, but also a guy got destroyed. Completely. He was the worst guy. I never met him or actually, like, saw him literally, but I could see the cutscenes in my mind's eye. By Ralger's beard, even for the Empire that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Werlyt were able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Salute. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance, and the whole of Eorzea for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Nod. Smile. Look up and think. Meanwhile, apparently, you were supposed to give her this a while ago. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. That's also a visual effect that has never been used before in the game. I brought you an orb. Look at this orb. This orb is way cooler than I imagined. Oh. Seems to be, what? Quite literally memories stored in there, I guess. A lot of them. This other guy is just like, what's happening? Ritatin mentioned Livia exists, I guess. Oh, was Nero there? I didn't notice Nero. That makes sense. Much nodding and saluting. Oh yeah, there he is. Howding. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. The parallel between her taking the orb and like her taking his hand in the old memory is really good. Jeez, I thought I was done being sad. Jeez. Nope, it's never... You're never done being sad in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. If you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Allie. Wait, Melisandre was one of the... Huh. I didn't notice that about Melisandre. I'm the only one left. Her eyes are purple again. They were like pure white and like dead. Like, I guess diamond? But I'll never be alone. Father. Aww. The birds are singing. Isn't it beautiful? God. Aw. Finn. For the most part, that questline was really nice, I think. Mass destruction of weapons. I get it. Oh no, my achievement data. But wait, we're not done being sad yet. We gotta read about more sad things. Okay, we gotta read about the diamond weapon. War Machina, developed by the 7th Imperial Legion, is a successor to the Ultima weapon. Although it was the 4th reported instance of the synthetic aurosite system being employed in battle, the diamond weapon differed from the previous models, and that it did not incorporate the combat data of a renowned Imperial soldier. Wait, it didn't? But the codename Xenos, though. Instead, a living subject, the man known only as Alphonse, was fused with the core prior to activation. The diamond weapon itself was believed to have gained the primal abilities possessed by the previous weapons, though the exact process used is still under investigation. In addition to the various armaments concealed within its outer casing, the diamond weapon also displayed combat capabilities similar to those of the Ruby and Emerald. By purging the bulk of its armor, it was able to further increase its maneuverability. Oh. That's true, they did do that. And then, like, they didn't tell Allie that because she still used the codename Xenos. Which is, I think, why I was confused, I guess. According to various sources, the diamond weapon's creator, Valens Van Varo, had originally planned to overthrow the Garlean capital and seize the throne. Due to the actions of the Warrior of Light and her comrades, this did not come to pass. Alphonse. The following regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Balsar, a civilian of Werlyt whose parents died in an epidemic. He and several other children were later taken into the care of Gaius. As the most senior of his group of orphans, he took his role as their older brother very seriously. His only known blood relative, his younger sister Allie, was among them. Gaius had instilled in him the belief that all within the Empire must be treated fairly, regardless of race or background. Following his foster father's disappearance, Alphonse sought to protect the victims of prejudice, such as that faced by his compatriots. I don't think we knew for sure that Alphonse and Allie were actually, like, blood-related as well until this memo. Or if we did know that, I didn't catch it. In an attempt to prise Werlyt free from the Empire's grasp, he planned to claim the diamond weapon for himself. However, it was his sister Allie who was chosen as its pilot. Alphonse was instead fused with the weapon's core. The process was irreversible, and he's considered to have perished. Estimated age at time of death, 21 years old. Allie. Pilot of the diamond weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius Balsar. Born in Werlyt and fostered by Gaius after her parents were killed in an epidemic. Ever since first entering the orphanage, she was extremely withdrawn and averse to any sort of confrontation. She clung constantly to Alphonse, her older brother by birth. When he and several other orphans attempted to win the freedom of their compatriots at the cost of their own lives, they did not include Allie in their plans. After learning the truth, she tried to rescue Alphonse by taking control of the diamond weapon. Once she was inside the cockpit, she discovered that Alphonse had been fused with the core and that he was beyond salvation. She's yet to recover from the trauma she suffered that day. Allie is currently undergoing treatment in Turncliffe at the orders of Gaius. She's been awarded the Medal of Independence by the new government of Werlyt. Aw. She got a medal. That's something. And people are helping her. Age at the time of incidents described, 16 years old. Valens van Berries and Cream Varro. Former legatus of the 7th Imperial Legion, the following account was gained via verbal testimony of a Magitech engineer held in custody. A pure-blooded Garlean raised in the capital, Valens was trained as an engineer at the Magitech Academy. After graduation, he instead pursued a career in the military. His insightful deployment of Magitech weaponry and unflinching use of tactics deemed reprehensible by his peers brought him success on the battlefield, and he quickly moved through the ranks. When time came to select a new legatus for the 14th Legion, Valens was rejected in favor of Gaius Van Balsar. A one-sided rivalry developed between the two, little to Gaius's knowledge. Whatever Gaius sought to achieve, Valens would choose opposing methods as a matter of course. The notable exception to this was his desire to continue the Ultima weapon project once helmed by Gaius, possibly in a bid to surpass his nemesis. Though his level of technical expertise is without question, his eagerness to employ inhumane methods is viewed with contempt by even his fellow Imperials. Having analyzed the Empire's data on the Heart of Sabik and similar artifacts, Valens developed the synthetic Aurosite system. It was designed to fuse the pilot with the machine's core during battle in order to enhance its abilities, killing the subject in the process. The system was perfected with the completion of the diamond weapon. Perfected in quotes, in which a living soldier was integrated with the core prior to activation. Valens' plan to use this technology to seize the Imperial throne was eventually undone by the self-same pilots that he had selected to take part in the weapon project, along with his arch-rival Gaius. Age at the time of death, 56 years old. And that is the actual close of weapons. Weapons are over now. One could say that that was a farewell to arms. And I don't think we fixed the Star Road, unfortunately. So, it's been 3 hours and 40... Hold on. 45 minutes. But also, I really want to get to Endwalker, and there's only one thing left. It's 5.5. Sucro, we'll think about this. I mean, how much time is 5.5? I'm guessing it is longer than 5.4. And 5.4 took a bit, from what I remember. Let's take a look at the whatever. Futures Rewritten was 5.5 hours. So like 5.4 was a lot, actually. Yeah, that makes sense if 5.5 is bigger. So that provides both an argument for not doing any of it right now and for doing some of it right now. That provides an argument for I could do part of it now. Because doing all of it at once would be like over 6 hours of stream. Probably. Yeah, doing it all at once would be a lot. There have been 8-hour streams before of doing something all at once. Perhaps foolishly. So it might be worth starting it, but I don't know if I'll find a good stopping point when I start it. Either. Because I know nothing about 5.5, to be clear. Oh, you can stand on the back of a chair. Sucro has located a funny tech. Sucro is very powerful. Ta-da! Standing technique. I truly don't know. Yeah, I agree, Sucro. I agree with the emote that I typed in the game to cause you to perform. It feels like it would be wise to start 5.5, but it also feels like it could be wise to not start 5.5. So, I truly don't know. Ideally, I would be able to be like, yeah, I'll just stream 5.5 like tomorrow. Surprise weekend stream. But I can't guarantee anything like that. I'm always tired, like for my entire all of time. Right now I'm about neutral. Ask Calico.
To the stars. Now in succession. Alone without companions. Now, they drink alone.
Wow.
Destroy!
So what does that mean? She did say now in succession, which makes me think I should continue. So, you know. Yeah. Yeah. When indecisive, that's as good a starting place as any, is the Calico Oracle. Calico reading the future, or whatever Calico's doing. I'll be right back, though. And I will also adjust some things first. So let's see. Where is it? Stream information. I'll change the title. Sorrow of Werlyt over. Now starting 5.5. Done. Now I will also tweet. Apparently a coin has also said. Something about that word to describe posting on co-host. I don't know if that's the official terminology. But I don't think I like that word. Unfortunately, I don't know much about divination. Okay. Posting. Always be posting. Asterisk. Don't. Okay. I will now BRB and then we will begin. I don't have an 8-ball. Surely there's an online Magic 8-ball. Magic 8-ball of Google searching Magic 8-ball. Should I continue to 5.5? Originalmagic8ball.com. Type your question here. Should I continue? Question mark. That's like really ominous by itself. Shake 8-ball. Don't count on it. Okay. Too bad. I'm continuing anyway. All right, I'll be right back though. I'm not officially back yet, but it occurs to me that the 8-ball is not formatted for a yes-no answer. It's not the sort of question that you ask a magic 8-ball. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Well, that sounds like it's encouraging me to keep streaming. I'll be right back. For real, though, now. Hello! I'm here, and this is my plan. I will start 5.5. And I will continue until I feel tired. I do not know how much of 5.5 I will complete or how much of it I will have left afterwards, but we'll just sort of go forward and see what happens. I think thinking about it too much is a bad idea. That's a great question also. That's a good emote also. Based on the fact that the previous full party setup of the squad in the BRB screen had the Guild Wars 2 character that will not happen as a ninja. Capri would probably need to be some kind of DPS unless the other roles were shuffled around more. But in practice, she was more of like a Dark Knight. Because she had a lot of like great swords, basically, and was tanky. So I think other party roles would have to be shuffled around a bit. So Saren would probably have to, the Splatoon character would probably have to switch from Gunbreaker to just like Machinist. But I think there was already a Machinist too. I don't know. Party's a bit range DPS heavy. It's fine, they'll figure it out. The answer is guns. Everyone have guns. Well, I mean, Saren's probably a Dark Knight though. Not Saren, Capri. Capri's a Dark Knight. Saren's the Splatoon character. Anyway. What were we doing? Right, new draconic threat. We would benefit from Estinians. Right, Kryl and Tataru are going to bother Estinian again. Alright, onto the breach. Are we ready? For 5.5, Death Unto Dawn, the final step before Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker begins. Are you ready for this? Are we as an audience prepared? Am I as the person playing the game prepared? I'm trying to navigate the internet to collect the patch image. WebP, no. Truly, the WebP file is the worst kind of file type. I don't always show like the images for the different patches, but it felt like a dramatic moment, so. Gah, I forgot the berries and cream guy was in that spot of the images. I've truly pranked myself on that one. All right. Death Unto Dawn, Final Fantasy XIV Patch 5.5. Featuring all of these characters and more. Merlvib is yelling. Everyone else is not yelling. It sure is. Alize is waiting patiently for the return of certain scions, not least of all you. Planet appears to be on fire. I guess that is kind of the planet. No, that's probably fine. Good news, Sucro. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Nod. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as is. As it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Graha, and Sucro. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we're proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step toward finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try repeatedly, but no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Rauban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lise said, worse in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Such devastation? Maybe? Was it anyone's intention, would you say? Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. Questioning head tilt. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it's grown busier still with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? Another tower, I would guess? That's my guess. That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Either a tower or like a convergence point for all of the towers to focus their tower power on, to like shoot the moon with a laser or something. I don't know. It's either another tower or like a central tower unit, is my guess. Yet as unnerving as a said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing the construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. He wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. Questioning head till Alphino version. If Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Nod. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rauban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. Shake head. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend. Nod. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Group nod. Except for Y'shtola, who did not nod. If you are curious to know what I'll be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kryl and I have no more than a hypothesis. Y'shtola and Kryl are going to build a rocket ship to the moon for no reason. It'll be fine. It'll be exactly like that one Toho manga where the Scarlet Devil Mansion crew builds a rocket ship to the moon for some reason. That happened in Toho, by the way. And the reason was Remilia wanted to conquer the moon for no reason, I think. Sorry, I just think about Toho sometimes. Well, we may safely assume that the Telephoroi are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace. We can only guess at their purpose. The Royal Menagerie is still closed to civilians. Fandaniel and his pets certainly left their mark. I wonder if there can have been any developments regarding the Amal Jah abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. Still don't have an idea of what Graha's voice sounds like, really. Although I was only in Revenant's Toll for a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Philamine. Spring water only, it being a flying visit. Flamine also is how they say that. Alright, Urianger. What's up? My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Nod. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Oh, you. Hello. Hello, Arenvald. Yeah, I've sort of got an idea of Graha's voice. Arenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body is hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great aurochs such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Hey look, it's confirmation of headcanon stated earlier in the chat by Vorpy, I believe. Yeah. That's just true, turns out. Elezen have a prolonged adolescence. At least in terms of height. That's always neat when something like that turns out to just be canon. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreeder towered over me nonetheless. Arnvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. Talfino. Nod. Imagine if it just happens halfway through Dawn Trail and nobody comments on it. So what exactly brings you here? And Talazay, that's also true. Fordola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? By the way, Fordola mentioned... What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? Fordola hasn't been mentioned for a while. If Fordolo's going with him, that must mean... Shake head. My apologies. As Arnvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Nod. Oh wow. Really? I haven't done that one. I could go do that one, like, right now if I wanted to, but I haven't done it yet.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Less than one text box until Merlvib broke out the nautical metaphors. Well done, Merlvib. Or Merlwib, because people pronounced your name not with a V sound last time, I think. Last time we heard you. being spoken about. I have a character trait, and I will make sure to meet my quota in every scene.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal.
I don't know about
Since then,
that.
we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
While it's true that Fandaniel does love theatrics, I think he probably also meant everything that he said, and is actually significantly dangerous. But he is busy doing cartwheels right now. And like practicing more theatrics. I don't know why I always assume cartwheels. Also, everybody has tea, it looks like. Everybody gets 2 sheets of paper, an ink bottle, a quill, and a cup of tea. All of the cups of tea are filled evenly in exactly the same way. All of the props are slightly differently rotated between every person, but they are all in the same, similar enough, like, formation. Yeah. Yeah. That's true about Raban. It doesn't seem... He doesn't know Fandaniel. He hasn't seen Fandaniel, I guess.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Nod.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us.
Glory be to Garlemald. I remember that part.
Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Right, we can just casually reverse tempering whenever we need to, no? Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before. It was kind of a funny statement to, oh, they tried to kill me again. God dang it.
Are you saying they were tempered?
We did suspect this, like,
Once
5
they'd come
minutes
back
ago.
to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
So, Lunar Bahamut can also temper, basically.
But what worries me most
Oh.
is what they were saying right before they attacked.
Hey, if they heard the roar right as they approached the tower, does that mean that the towers and the Imperial Palace structure are meant to amplify, like, either sound in general or just, like, Lunar Bahamut's range, basically? This is like a let's temper the entire world at once plot, is my current theory, not knowing anything. This seems reasonable as a deduction or prediction. Anyway, what were they saying?
Glory be to Garlemald.
Right, I remember that part. Lunar Bahamut just loves Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Given how primals work, that seems like a really reasonable idea. Like, nationalism is a thing. People get way into their country all the time. And like all of the fighting that they're causing in Garlemald the individual factions are probably like fueled by fervor for their nation in a way, and their like plans for the nation, etc. They're generating like primal energy by causing this chaos or something.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses.
Amalja. I was close. That's also true. Like, their individual nations can be pretty proud of themselves sometimes. And also those other things. Like Ishgard, yeah. But like Ul'dah as an example is actually just mostly like people fighting over each other for money. If there was any sort of primal to be formed in Ul'dah, it'd be the money primal, whatever that would be.
And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers.
Primal Golden Go, maybe. I do mean specifically the city of Ul'dah, because there are like primals summoned around the region. Like, Ifrit was there. But yeah.
Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania.
Seems bad. Park Place Extreme. God.
The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
That's also true. That could be possible. Assuming that people just have religious fervor that has to go in the direction, I guess, which is not really true. But Garlemald probably does place itself as a nation in place of religion, in a sense. So that probably is kind of true. Even though
With the
Garlemald's a
support of
mess right now.
Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Telophoroi. We pronounced that name 2 different ways in this cutscene alone, I think. I think Raban said Telophoroi, and Nanamo said Telophoroi. And yeah, Shinryu was also an example of a primal that wasn't religious fervor. So we've seen some examples of that in like the main story as well.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
I was briefly distracted by the flower vase in the center of this giant table and thinking how much of a pain it must have been to put that there. Anyway, time for Sucro to save the day. Oh.
What?
I mean, they both have the echo.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
It's been a lot
We're
of
glad
time.
to put our gifts to use, Commander.
It's been a lot of time since we saw Fordola.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
I think there is a detail that I know that is probably going to happen in this patch, now that I know what's happening in this patch.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
There's something slightly funny about Sucro and Graha being, like, sitting in the same corner of the table. Like, this is the cat zone. This is the part of the table where the cats are. I accept that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory, but to only send 2? If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. Well, alright. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. That's probably true. That's how cats work sometimes.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
You know, that's probably also true of Fordola. I did not consider that.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan.
There could be an entire expansion where you have to go to the moon, Alpha, no?
With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
I like the scene composition emphasizing that Fordola is like a huge distance apart from everyone else and how she's standing around here.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? Well, that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat.
More or less true.
And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Nod.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Fist bump. That could be a good thumbnail. Gotta have thumbnails.
If you finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question.
Wait,
Which tower are you
camaraderie?
planning to investigate exactly?
There's another syllable in there? I thought it was camaraderie, not camaraderie. I'm so bad at words sometimes, apparently. That's also a good question. Which tower are you going to?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
I do not remember where that is.
Even so.
Ah,
I doubt
okay, now I remember where it
kindly
is.
on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
That was my guess, but I wasn't 100% sure. That sounded like Amalja territory.
Fordola and I had a chance
Sounded
to
like the
learn
name
the
of
lie
it.
the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
It's the first we've heard of this place? Are you sure it's not like on the map somewhere? Maybe I'm thinking of a different place. I'm not sure.
Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Really? It felt
Mayhap
like
when
something
all
I
of this is
remembered.
over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Citation needed.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life.
Ha.
Take care, eh?
That's a good bit of wordplay there. Getting into deep water. The writing in this game is good.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway.
That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Sounds like a wacky prankster, a funny jokester.
But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter.
Good
He
shot
might look
framing
like he's 12,
again.
but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Alphino and Sucro were like the camera panning. The cinematography. Is that the right word for this?
No. The fact is, I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
The cinematography is like notably well constructed in this patch, I think, so far.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Seems like I did get a cutscene here at a good time.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Gasp.
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut.
Yeah, that sounds like Estinian. Yeah. The bump in animation and voice acting and stuff, like I mentioned before. Huh. I'm not super familiar with Mega Man Legends. I've seen like at least a couple playthroughs of the first one. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of quality increasing, for sure.
But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Tatari, you sound like you're trying you're really trying to not laugh right now. What kind of prank did you and Kryl do to Estinian this time?
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Estinian, the kind of person you have to chase in an airship.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
Nod.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Nod. I know how to find Estinian, I just have to start leveling up Lancer and Dragoon. I know he's in those quest lines. What do you mean that takes place on a different part of the timeline? I get the impression Arenvald is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful Alphino was there to see him off. Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it will be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. I think I agree with both of those statements. Here be dragons. Here be pizza. Pizza. I don't much like food in general, but pizza is a fun word to say, and it's really funny that it's just pizza. And of course, I immediately thought of Yonoid too, hence pizza. Anyway. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Nod. Group nod, but not all at exactly the same time. Estinian, can we like, okay, like you couldn't get tempered, but maybe you could jump like really high and get a good look at the towers that way. Maybe you can jump over the tempering. I've only visited Ishgard once before after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see the place in all its in all its original glory is a tantalizing prospect indeed. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. And if he's half the man Alphino claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. Alize, please. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Sucro can delve into the nooks and crannies. Nod. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. Everyone nodding. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. I do remember that. Ah, you know, that makes sense. Wait, I remembered a cutscene. Wow, incredible. I like how Alphino's first idea is, I'm going to go check and see if Estinian is buying a gun. I'm going to go see if Estinian is multi-classing to Machinist today. I'm going to go see if Estinian played Monster Hunter and wants to make a gun lance. Hey, Lucia. Been a while since you were around too. Actually, I think you were in 5.4 a little bit. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you've not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I'm looking for Istinian. I see. No, we were not aware that Sir Istinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is one to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Many who pass through Ishgard do so via the airship landing. Were I you, I should linger there. I like the idea that Istinian does, in fact, go to the airship landing, but only as a place to jump from, and then he just jumps to a different country, or continent, or city, or whatever he's doing. It's just a convenient place to start a big jump from. He doesn't actually use an airship at all. Looks like nobody found him. Well, Alphino got stuck in the gun zone. He's not here yet. Sir Istinian is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested. I think I know vaguely of an approaching comedy moment also. Well, guess we'll stand here and see if anyone shows up.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Hey look, it's that guy.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
We need to talk to you, guy. Come on. Smile.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Comedy incoming.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Comedy incoming. Music cuts out immediately. Istinian is about to get killed.
Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Istinian is going to perish.
I am not.
To the stars. If it fits, I sit.
Oh no.
Now irretrievably lost. Not but wrath of being.
If the two of you
destroy.
Perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
Guy wish he just did a dragon punch. I think the Awoo's... Yeah, there we are. There's Ochet.
Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
I heard that this happened, I think.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Istinian is having the worst day. First, Kryl and Tataru bothering him again. Then Alize destroying him. And now Graha is here to be his biggest fan, which he also hates, probably.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
The ear... God. Why don't Sucro's ears get to wiggle that much? Istinian looks terrified.
Explaining what is going on.
Sucro's just like, yup, this is what you have to deal with now.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting.
You did.
Estinian! It's been too long.
Just to go full circle, the same set of words he said to Alize. Great. Thank you, video game.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Can we just, like, send a notice to everyone that they can be identified by their color schemes, if nothing else? Like, that would be a good...
I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
Earring location is less easy to discern, like, quickly. Probably. Also, like, their demeanor is a good tell, but she hadn't said anything yet, really. But yeah.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
God. Yeah.
At least someone's having a good time.
They should really, like, one of them should get a haircut.
You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I wonder if this dialogue is slightly different if your Warrior of Light is not female. As in if your Warrior of Light is a guy. Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had, or I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Or, well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. Well, I'm gonna go with option 2 here. I think he learned how to talk with people instead of at them.
I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
Yeah. Option 1 sounds like it'd make Alize mad.
Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Option 3 also sounded like it would make Alize mad. And okay, Estinian does need an airship occasionally. He can't jump to the future island. The future past.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Oh yeah.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I did not expect that Tiamat would ever be relevant again. I guess I also didn't expect Azisla again.
Summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla
Estinian nodded, by the way.
I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Estinian, if you keep talking, she's going to deck you in the face.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Shrug.
Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
Oh, the question of the day is on the co-host now, huh? Asking what your Warrior of Light is bad at. Paying attention to Alphino when he makes his speech. That's a good one. Sucro is bad at, letting herself take a break.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Also, I think Alphino and Alize have mirrored, like, hairstyles as well, in addition to earring placement. By the way. I think. Okay. Shrug. One of them should really change their hairstyle if they want to... Like, they complained about being dressed the same and all, but they're still doing this to themselves a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, okay, definitely mirrored hairstyles. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. Yeah, we were here like last time. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. You know, they might. Either that or they both really like it and are just like waiting for the other one of them to change their hair, and they won't change it. They won't change their hair first. I didn't mean like dyeing their hair, but actually that would work too. I didn't think about that. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. It's been a long time since I've read any Estinian dialogue in any voice. But that's fine. I'm doing it now. Estinian is here. When was actually the last time we saw Estinian? I actually don't remember. It's been quite some time since I last set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your last visit? Or during your visit? Since the Proto-Ultima fight, yeah. I feel like that could have been me, easily. I could have given him a Shadow the Hedgehog voice at some point. I try to be like... Usually I try to go for a voice similar to their actual voice, if they have one. Or like, similar in the sense that in as much as I can do with the voice that I have. Because I am not a perfect mimic, of course. But I might have made him sound like Shadow the Hedgehog at some point. Shake head. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant. But I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. I don't know how to do a Graha voice super well, so I'm doing my best there. Well then, Sucro's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. I did do that. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Sormo was there to introduce me, or ... The first one is definitely true. Ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, yes? Mericidia, yes. To have been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. Oh. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Nod, nod. Also, I found some pizza. Would you like some pizza, Sucro? This is the Estinian voice, I guess. Song? It was the Asians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Allegans with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. The Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Well, you said song and not soul, so I wasn't sure what you meant. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. Righteous indignation. indignation. Tiamat awaits. This way. Nod. Group nod, even. Ah, the dragon song, right. You're being fancy about your words and confusing me. Or you were being fancy, I mean. Hey, remember this music? Dot, dot, dot. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Yeah, I know, kind of, but still. To think that man is responsible for all this and so much else that dragonkind has suffered. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, would she only let us. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man? It's been a while since I had to wait for a dragon voice to be over so I could read the text.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
I guess I'll be the one to do this. Sure. Nod. Same. Yeah. Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. Seems unlikely. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead.
I remember that.
Existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
We did see that in Coil, right? Now that you mention it, her wings do look kind of like that. Sort of a... yeah. Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop? She is very mad. That's true. She's green?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
That's true.
But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk anta in Dramon.
She does seem green, but the lighting is all over the place around here, so it's a bit difficult to tell. What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Dang. Estinian is being very intense today. Completely unflinching.
Santalan infan antosk. Goes rent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Ale u esk an in. Ale cum ac in.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
I did not consider this.
Snoska Dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. Yeah, I absolutely did not consider that Tiamat would also be tempered.
Unmik. Nalstra ul an. Antal an. Smon. Tahi an.
But it is of little matter. For even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the
Alize
matter of
nods.
Bahamut's influence, at least.
Oh, yeah.
I believe we can be of some assistance.
How did I immediately forget that we can fix tempering now?
If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
I think it's easy to forget that we have a cure for tempering when it's been a problem that has existed for the entire game and been like a major concern, and suddenly we can fix it. I'm getting used to it. Speakest thou in earnest? Nod. Does Estinian not know we can do this, by the way?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner. Not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, Kin Bahamut, and
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest.
An Sumon, Na An Ingles.
Huh.
Snalo Les Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An.
This is an interesting text box when Tiamat is done. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. So, we did know that where the star the dragons are from was destroyed, probably? Did we? Did we know that? We knew that the dragons were from another star, but I didn't remember that the star was annihilated. And also, for a second, I didn't know if they literally meant, like, Hydaelyn the being granted them sanctuary, or if they meant, like, the star of Hydaelyn. It could be a bit of both, even. Smile. Nod. Also smile. Hydaelyn the being. Interesting. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Nod. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. Nod. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. Determined to nod. I know Alphino and Sucro here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah, yes, we're familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Nod. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Wait, why? Oh, right, to activate computer. which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrose, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference of not only memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. Nod. To the flagship, then. Nod. Elise and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. It's possible the restraints may have mitigated the effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung on to her reason through it all says a lot for her strength of will. More than a lot. Hey, another paladin. Shoutouts to my fellow paladin, whoever this is. Johanna Smith. Shoutouts to this person I don't recognize except for the fact that they're also a paladin. Don't recognize as in I don't know who they are and I've never seen them. It made it sound like I was refusing to recognize their existence except for the fact that they were a paladin or something, which is not my intent. Probably nobody would have reached that conclusion, but you know. Anyway. The mana cutters are back. I would rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphino. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we've learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Nod. It's time to locate orb. It's time to go to dictionary.com, by which I mean type this word into Google.
Obstreperous.
I see. Obstreperous. Noisy and difficult to control. Great. That bodes well for me, talking to this weird egg. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Don't do that. Please do not deploy the combat units. Hey look, I found Estinian looking at an orb. These nodes, or whatever it is you call them, why do they quiver so? Why is this orb wiggly? Sucro, why the orb wiggle? Malodorous node. This is a word I never remember the exact definition of. Because it sounds like it would mean foul smelling. It does mean that. But node smell bad? Why does the nodes, why does this cube, why this stinky cube? We got wiggling orbs and smelly cubes around here. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. It is overheating. That's a great question. They might be. That could be why they are quivering. Or maybe they just do that. Maybe he just doesn't understand why the orbs, like, float. I don't know. Well, here's Alphino. I realize I've said this before, and on more than one occasion, but I never cease to be amazed by Allegan technology. Amazed and disturbed. Okay, where the node at, though? There's like only so many places node could be, right? Like there's not like a below decks sort of thing. I can't descend from here and still be in the zone for the nodes, I think. Right? It says up, so yeah. Welcome to the next 60 minutes of the stream. There it is. Clamorous node. Warning! Scheduled Dragon Restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? A node which smelled like burned hair. A node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Seems relevant. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Nod. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. How did the Allegans tell these godforsaken things apart? This one is green orb Estinian. The other one was like blue orb, and then there was yellow cube. Estinian, Estinian, do you have like color blindness? Maybe? I don't mean to be rude if so. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Nod. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps? Nod. Field Trial's spirit vessel. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allegan blood might come in handy, which is why Graha Tia keeps this vessel about his person. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Commencing comedy music. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. I can say Alphino or Estinian here. I was expecting to be able to say Graha, because it's his blood. I'm Sucrofunk. Definitely a member of the Allegan royal family, I guess. Welcome, Sucrofunk. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Also, I'm a cat. Welcome, I'm a cat. Etc. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. Questioning head tilt Alphino. A system update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? I could hazard a guess, or to smash it to pieces. I could hazard a guess. I think this sort of thing has happened before. Well, that's more than I can say, confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So this thing can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it's received the requisite system update as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Nod. We start with the righteous indignation of Tiamat, and we end with the indignation of Estinian at a computer in that particular quest name. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these Allagan devices seem so easy. I don't know what possessed the Allagans to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. For vengeance. And pineapple salad, apparently. Something about... Yeah, Estinian would absolutely look for the any key. Something about food rewards for quests always sort of undermines the tone of the quest for some reason. Just like, here's something serious, but you can get a salad at the end of it. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. And like the last time when there was a pizza, and pizzas are inherently at least slightly funny food. As much as I dislike food, it is slightly funny sometimes. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let us hope it will be equally helpful. Don't look at me. This is a task for you and Alphino. You know, I'm kind of doing a Shadow the Hedgehog voice for Estinian, I guess. Access granted to user Sucrofunk and her adolescent Elizant companion. Master Funk's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Estinian has been banned from the computer lab. Let's see, according to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. So are we to assume that this is like self-updating software and like stuff, like that just generates new updates for itself? And that's how the versions got out of sync? Gasp. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Yeah, that's also possible for sure. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. Is it time for a hacking minigame? I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I'm ready to release the shackles. Maybe best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Nod. Here you go. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. What is a computer? When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Enemy or no, I want to understand him, or I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Or certainly after I've wiped the smile off his face. The I'll remember him thing. I don't think Fandaniel can be reasoned with. So, I don't know if I really agree with any of these statements. But I'll go with that one because it's the line I recognize. It refers to a line I recognize. I see little point in reasoning with a wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Yeah, I agree with Estinian in this case as well. Like, Emmett Selk, well, definitely not like redeemable per se, was someone you could at least like talk to and sort of reason with to some degree. Or like you could at least get information out of Emmett Selk. Or Hades, if you prefer. Fandaniel does not seem like the sort of person you can reason with or learn anything from him on purpose. The way you learn information from Fandaniel is that you let him talk. Which I guess was the same for Emmett Selk, really. But, you know, I don't know. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Shake head. Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet, the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. Estinian, are you foreshadowing a plot point that I don't know about? So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Nod. I suggest we should be getting back to our task. Well, we should be getting back to our task. I don't know. I misread I suggest, which was on the line below that sentence. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Nod. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument. Given all that's at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Warning, releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Well, there's no staff left, so that's probably fine. A different kind of staff did kind of get incinerated when dealing with Bahamut, though, I guess. The thing about Fordola is that she had, like, motives and, like, understandable ones for her actions. And, like, she showed some willingness to, like, do something, I guess. Van Daniel outright says, I want to destroy the world, and the reason is that I'm wacky, basically. I love violence and destruction. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. If this Van Daniel truly is without reason or creed, he's no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. Well, I know that he survives 5.5, so, you know. He's in the Endwalker trailer. He's probably dealt with, to some degree, an Endwalker. Don't tell me anything, please. If you tell me anything, I'll kill you. Nobody will, but still. Justinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. That's a really funny turn of phrase, because we have like a funny stone with blood in it right now that we've been using, basically. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Nod. Explain. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Nod. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Nod. Nod. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Nod. Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk, it's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraint's ethereal dampers. Nod. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth! The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alleg. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Sucro, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. And yeah, that is an interesting detail. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians, or tell me of your war with the men of Alleg. You just mentioned that one, so talk about that more. You're remembering that one. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures. Not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mericidia, our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Yeah, that is a good point about all the different primals and stuff. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Arusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. Only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Nod. Again, Angelo. When first the child of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion, such was their fear of dragon kind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity. But as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife. Until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alex slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Asians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Asians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Oh yeah, Alize. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alize. The magic is working. Nod. Slowly but surely the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Hey, is Estinian actually somewhere? When he said he'll keep watch from above, where does he mean exactly? I think it'd be funny if he was just standing around somewhere. Oh, hey. I did it. I found a vista. Oh, there he is. The girl is as stubborn as her brother. By now her ether must be all but spent, yet she will not give up. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. And I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. All right, here I go.
No.
almost there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you should have expected this, right? Smile.
This is it, Angelo.
By the power of cats, indeed.
Es lies an. Mich es die.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Nod.
Tosk in Santal Ankin in way.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Ankin.
My children.
Slosk an ol fol kail an. Slosk seth som in an.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace.
Afaten. Mon ud. Wan ein. Lis a an. Do ud an.
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Heck yeah.
She's in an me.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
I don't think I even realized that some of these were like spears stabbed through Tiamat's tail. Like, geez, that's a lot. I didn't realize how this worked, really. Definitely green, though. We can see that clearly now. Bahamut, my beloved.
Ul jas. Ul asa. Fesk an.
For vengeance, for atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way.
Well, something else is happening now.
Bahamut, he's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Oh.
He flies for the largest Amalta settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Oh.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Jump! Justinian just does this, I guess. Justinian just casually jumping onto Tiamat's back. Being like, let's go destroy them. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Justinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Tiamat left her music here? Yeah. Nod. The flames of war. I think I'm gonna be right back first. Oh wow, it's like 2 a.m. Time is fake. Let's go very slightly more so that the next quest is in a place that is not difficult to... I guess none of them would be difficult to get to. I've already sent word to the others. We're to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Nod. I am at the dungeon. Yeah, I figured that this was something like that. Do you think it's a better stopping point before or after the dungeon, is the question then? Oh, hey, we're all here. Do you think now is a better stopping point, or do you think after the dungeon is a better stopping point? After? If that is the case, if that be the case, I'll BRB. Yar. I don't know why I became a pirate for a second. Yar, I be back. Thank you for petting Calico. Okay. Anyways, hey, what's up, everybody here? If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. You can tell there's a dungeon because literally everybody is standing here. As I'm sure you recall, Arenvald and Fordola were bound for Paglethon. I pray they have not come to any harm. By happy coincidence, Cryo and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but it will have to wait. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What did the Telephoroi aim to achieve with all this? The Graha voice will never be consistent. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telephoroi have other plans. Paglethon is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarpin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was unsure how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Or the Amalja, I guess is how we're saying it. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Aha. Your Grace! Marshal Tarpin had made provisions for such an exigency. What? I've never heard that word in my life. And was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention.
Exigency.
Exigency. An urgent need or demand. We're learning. I'm learning. Are you? Threatening. I don't know why that's threatening, sorry. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglethon. Yet even with our combined strength we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Shake head. Unless it's incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Astian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we've previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Sucro and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Nod. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. Without the aid of the with the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you're able. Nod, nod, nod. Determined, and nod. Also nod. Nod. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Nod. Lots of nodding is happening. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordola are in Paglethon reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Everybody is nodding. Even more. I never set myself to busy. However, it's been a while since I've gotten any free company invites at all, so it's not like a big problem or anything. Where's the airship landing again? The lighting was weird for a second, I think. Oh, okay, you can just go there. I forgot about that feature of Ethernet. It's good. Everyone is here. Lest thou wonder, I've attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telephoroi would move to attack the Amalja. If Fandaniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think Estinian and Tiamat have already reached Pagalthon? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It is not impossible that the Telephoroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arenvald and Fordola's benefit. Given what we know, or perhaps some, or perhaps even all of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that, but they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So the Telephoroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagalthon at once. You all have different small talk? Yes. I know not what designs the Telephoroi have on Pagalthon, but I do know they must be stopped. For the good of the Amalja and us all. I'm used to saying Amalja, but they've said Amalja officially now. Whether he's here or not, we can be sure Fandaniel is behind this attack, and that makes me doubly determined to see that it fails. By dealing with Lunar Bahamut and his hordes, so too will we render aid to Arenvald and Fordola. Come, let us go. The grasslands of Pagalthon will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemy are, we will not have to fight against the terrain, at least. Like most who've spent time in Ul'dah, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amalja, but today I will fight side by side with them in common cause and hope that none of them remember me. At the cost of his own life did Master Louis Swal strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incarnation, it cannot be suffered to threaten this star. Alright, now who do we put in the party?
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Let's give it our all.
I stand ever ready.
Sure, why not? Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. This is indeed the last dungeon of Shadowbringers. The seat of the Amalja's power doth lie beyond this valley. They're just repeating "Glory be to Garlemald" repeatedly. It's funny that DPS Graha is a black mage when Y'shtola is also that. Oh, hello. That's true. We do know that. Help is here, says Kobolds. So I'm guessing that this dungeon isn't even like halfway through 5.5, right? Maybe halfway through the first part of 5.5, if anything. Surely not halfway through the entirety of 5.5. Why did I do that? I think briefly I thought that was a heal, but also I don't know, I didn't need a heal either. So... By the way, the dragons are also saying glory be to Garlemald. If you didn't catch that, like, I wasn't sure that was happening, but it seems to be happening. Hell yeah. Good work as always. I'ma look. It's fast, but not fast enough. They're just sort of running around randomly. Oh, you probably have to pass through one of the lightning areas? Maybe? Oh. Wait. Oh. Now I see. I didn't even realize that I didn't even realize that the lightning rod was attached to characters because I was standing right next to one of those things when it happened the first time.
Allow me. I shall protect you.
Let's give them a show!
In death, may you find the peace you were denied in life. Oh. Pagalthon has unique... Dang it. Armor. Forgot. I don't think I would put this environment on either side of the beautiful or ugly scale.
So long?
Truthfully.
The Amalts are in trouble. Let's split up.
Very well, I shall fly to their aid. Guess we're going this way. Sunsets are nice. And it is kind of fun to see the city, yeah. I don't think it's a bad environment. I guess I don't have a strong opinion about it, really. Some of the Amalja environments kind of resemble this a bit, but yeah, they're a little bit less like, I don't know. They're a little bit more like outposts than like an actual city, I guess, is a good way of putting it. I mean, that's understandable, but also it makes sense for this place to not be green. It's a desert that's also on fire and having war happen at it. So, you know. Oh, Emmerich and Lucia are here.
Be gone!
Oh wait, I was going backwards. Were I running this dungeon with others, I would probably be trying to do
Oh, no, you don't.
super pulls and not paying attention, but I would have probably noticed those two anyway. Oh, this is fun. I probably would have noticed those two just because I have names displaying. I think I completely forgot to open a treasure chest. My poor child, I shall free thee from thy pain. Telotech is kind of silly. It's fun to say, but it's probably just exactly the same thing as Magitech with like different branding. Slightly.
Stubborn.
Which way am I going again? Okay. I don't know why this dungeon is getting me turned around. You would lend us your aid? Then let us crush this accursed war machine. Oh. Yeah, okay. We must hold our ground until their defenses are broken. I have learned that I want to look at the big machine, yes. One of the only dungeon mid-bosses where you can make use of arm's length. Because there's regular enemies in it all the time.
Allow me.
Oh. Once the way is clear, strike at the enemy's heart. Oh. Destroy the core! Oh, I've been misunderstanding the missiles. Okay. You fight well. Our brethren will hear of your brave deeds. The enemy's assault on the city has been thwarted. Oh, this is a good cinematography sort of shot again. Passing through this canyon to see like the tower in the distance, framed by the sunset as well. That's good. I don't know why this is the sort of thing I'm noticing so often.
Be gone!
I think I just tried to interject instead of, yeah. I will call unto my children. Oh wow, that is like a golden field. The icon waiteth in the heavens, my child shall bear thee to him. Okay, yeah, this is a cool moment as well. Well, for Fend, I should make such a perilous journey again. If you thought that was nerve-wracking, the worst is yet to come. Also, Alize said it's something about it's perfectly safe. Urianger said teleportation magic was a safer alternative. Urianger doesn't like heights, I guess. That's a detail I forgot. Or flight, maybe. recoiled and taking damage due to trying to read. It's fine though. Hey there. Hey there, Lunar Bahamut, I guess. Or some sort of... I wasn't sure if that was Lunar Bahamut because I wasn't sure, I didn't remember like the scale of Lunar Bahamut. And seeing Tiamat appear to be much larger than Lunar Bahamut made me unsure. I guess that makes sense. Telotherium, huh? Also unique boss theme. I think it'd be great if Tiamat got a boss subtitle. End Beast, huh? Maybe this isn't actually the boss theme. Okay, that seems good. There's the boss theme. Wild that Lunar Bahamut is actually the boss of this. I had no idea. I thought Lunar Bahamut would... This is not Bahamut, just a poor imitation. I thought Lunar Bahamut would persist for a greater amount of time. The malevolent ether coalesces into lunar nails, huh? I remember this multi-tank buster. Mega Flare. Dang it, I was about to do my... Bahamut, you've destroyed my rotation! Look, fight or flight. What have you done? Bahamut, my entire rotation got ruined just now by you. Oh, there's a thing in the center. I was confused again.
Stubborn.
Right. Wait, no, it's not. Ow. That AoE is just visually confusing. Wait, I did avoid that? No response. You know, Lunar Bahamut, you were oddly kind of not that scary at all. Considering both the, like, a light party took you out and also you weren't that bad, like, as a fight. Is that the last we've seen of Bahamut? Hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Those kobolds certainly know how to handle themselves. The Amalja will not soon forget this day. Our allies have steered well clear of the tower for good reason. Our efforts may have helped Arenvald and Fordola escape. What? I didn't get any commendations. Impossible. He would. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free shall we remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow. This is also a good screenshot, actually. Nod. Nod. Okay, even Tiamat nodding is funny.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Hey there. What's up?
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
Bow.
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You'd make peace with Ul'dah then? Or we would be proud to call you our allies, or then let us put the past behind us. We would be proud to call you our allies. That seems like the best option there. Nod, nod.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Hooray!
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Amalja? We have a third way to say it now? Nod.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
And then the tower's like, what, wait, you're all tempered now. Pranked. Sometime earlier, inside the Pagaldan Tower. Amalja. Things are not going well for Arenvald, it would seem. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's bad. Also, the tower is made of flesh.
Name happened here.
And bone. This place is the worst
The
place.
gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly.
Rapidly shaking head.
We've got to get them free.
I don't know if that'll work, Arenvald. Also, this is happening now. Uh-oh.
Get back!
No. What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
That's bad. Nod. What? Oh. Luna Ifrit? No. Hey, wait, what? No! Hey. Hey, what?
Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
Oh. And now we're here. I guess. Okay. Say, hey, what's going on over here? You got some, polygons? Yep, okay. Polygons that you're having a snack of. Cool. Enjoy. Hey, what's up, everyone? So the day is won, thanks in no small part to the 3D triangle. God. To thy valor, the Telephoroi are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, 'tis only right that we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. It will take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and Amalja, but one has to start somewhere. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will want to fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Arenvald will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. Looking directly into the camera. To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun of the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. So hey, when would you say a good specific stopping point is after the dungeon? Probably not right this second, right? Oh, Estinian, hey. I should have known you'd be the one to end it. Mayhap now Tiamat will find some measure of solace. Really? Really right now? After turning in the quest. Got it. Well, it would be too much to hope that we've seen the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we've received word of Arenvald's safe return. So like right now, right this second. Oh wait, no, there's more. Oh wait, no, there's not. So like right this second, exactly right now. Well, okay then. Bye, everyone. I say to the Scions specifically. I wouldn't say this is a happy place to stop. This is a sad place to stop. That might be because I know a little bit about something that happens that I'm saying that. I think. It is a cliffhanger. But what if the funny retainer squad brought me? A leather jacket, apparently. That might be worth something. They can give you one of these? Hey, it's $1 million time. Hey. I love to make $1 million for no reason. What's the exact number we're going for? 1079998. So like probably like 1079 107990. 0. I almost left out a number and yeah. Disaster. Thanks for potentially $1 million, Kui Maurice. That's cool, I guess. Oop, I missed. Adventure coffer. If this is also like one of the super expensive dies, that'd be very funny. But I haven't had that happen in a while. Whoop, Chocobo saddlebag. Yeah, they've been doing that for forever. Metallic red. Oh yeah, we got like an Orchestrion roll that I didn't recognize. I don't remember the name of it. I meant to look at. Probably Raids 2? No. not that one. That's near zone. That's the near zone. That's true too. Or no, would it be trial? It would be trials. No, it wouldn't be. It's not even, it's not in trials. Quests. No. Others. No, seasonal? Locales? Dungeon? Did I actually use the Orchestrion role? I must not have actually used it. But I thought I did. I don't see it. It's in quests. Oh yeah, there it is. It was 43, but in quests, not trials. I don't recognize this, really. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, there it is. I had to... Look, my memory is not so good. I had to wait for the part that was the motif, the leitmotif to appear. Where I was like, oh yeah. Anyway. So this has... I almost typed dozen instead of does. But this has been Final Fantasy XIV, The Sorrow of Werlyt, the rest of that, and part of 5.5 up through Pagalthan, the dungeon. The next stream of Final Fantasy XIV will in fact be the last Shadowbringers stream, which is wild to think about, considering at some point I thought I would not get here until the year... a bunch of million numbers. And on that note, I almost typed slash instead of exclamation point. Ah, thank you for petting Calico. If you're interested in any links, as usual, borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co is where you can find social media and donation stuff. You may also consider subscribing or following here, and I would appreciate that. But I also just appreciate you being around and watching, so thanks. And, well, ideally, I will manage to stream Final Fantasy XIV again before next week, and then we will start Endwalker on Wednesday, but I can't promise anything. Also, next week will probably be, ideally, Pikmin 4 on Monday, and on Friday, ideally, Fae Farm releases that day, and I'm very interested in that game. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Thanks for watching, have a great rest of your day and or night, and I will see you on the next stream. Good night.